that's it. But you're done. I'm plugging like that. All right. I got him. Let's go and turn it back on. Okay, let's get a little weirded out. We boots up normally. Okay, we're good. Oh, look at you. Okay. Well, we're about at that time where I start wondering whether or not we're actually going to be able to finish up the game. We got basically one big, huge story quest, and a few other bits and bobs to buy. But otherwise, we're getting pretty close to endgame. So, it's kind of the thing. It's like, for whatever reason, it's like Persona games, I think we're going to finish up today. It's like another 3 fucking episodes with 3 weeks. Yeah, takes forever. It just keeps going. This one, I think we're gonna finish up, and we only get like halfway through the stream before everything's done. Well, shit. Okay. So, if that happens, we'll just switch to something else, right? But there's no guarantee we're actually going to be able to get that far. Or maybe I can go overtime. I always like it when I finish up going a little overtime because that way I don't have to make filler content. Anyway. I should probably do something about this small room. A lot of dust. Ah. Mouse, I see you doing that. Stop talking to Nightbot. It's been a horrible influence on you. Okay, getting back into it. Okay. Keep forgetting how long this initial load takes. Oh, Cadbury made it. Yes, indeed, it's fairly plausible that John is going to be a huge pain in the ass, but it's also entirely possible we can finish up the game, then John will no longer be a thing. Okay, casebook. Okay, here we go. Okay, I was kind of cheating my ass off with this in for a penny quest. It's like, I want to finish up getting all the rest of the stuff for the house, but at the same time, it's like, that's expensive. And we need to progress this in order to finish this. Yeah, it's like, this is obviously the main meat of the game. So my volume is like super loud. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so we got this one. Oh, wait, that's... Wait. We did get coin 2. Okay, so we got 2 coins. I'm still kind of juggling if I actually want to complete this fucking quest, because it's kind of a pain in the ass. Let's go ahead and bring up the guide. Prima games, all hidden coin locations. Okay, so hidden coin number 3. Was where? Ah, here. We are currently here, so... Right. Yeah, the lady doesn't appear to be that old. Why is she, like, bent over like that? It's like, I get they're kind of going for, like, you know, a little lady vibe. It's like, I don't think I've ever actually met a little old lady that walks around all bent over like that. Looks like the fastest way to get there is going to be just going this way. Okay. So we hit more or less a straight line. Okay, there are two locations in Grand Surrey that caused a great deal of trouble over a long period of time for the local police patrols. The first is situated at the spot where you are reading this note. The second is at a similar structure near the crossing of Vernet and Bakersfield. Bakersfield. At midnight, a group of vandals would regularly leave obscene graffiti depicting local aristocratic families near one of the 2 points. I studied these occurrences and noticed the following details. The graffiti's appearance depended upon the direction of the police patrol. Each time the police set out from the police station towards the yacht club, the graffiti would be waiting for them at point 2. Each time the police would head in the opposite direction, the graffiti would appear at point 1. It was obvious that the culprits communicated the police patrols approach somehow. There was no direct vision between the 2 points. However, they must have used an intermediary location to send a warning from one point to the other. I've hidden this coin in the intermediary spot in an object that they used for communication. Right. Between here Vernet and Bakersville. Water feature up here. I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to be looking for. Okay, well, that was some seriously obscure shit. Okay, so at the intersection, there's supposed to be a gazebo. And that's the only thing that even comes close. Okay. The actual coin itself is supposed to be on the only thing visible from both spots, which is this footbridge.
One of a kind made as a proposal to the British Secretary of State. This design was rejected, and all successive copper coins had a seated figure of Britannia. A British grain to replace the habber on Malta. Mother had a relative in the Maltese government who gave this unique coin as a wedding gift.
Okay. Given how ridiculously vague Micro's little clue was. Okay, should be around here somewhere. The question is, what obscure piece of trash did Micro decide to stick the damn thing on at this time? You've got to be kidding. How does nobody just, like, walk in and think, huh, wonder what this is? Steal. Here at the building where you found this note, I once had an encounter that showed me in practice that luck is supremely unreliable. No shit. It was intended that I should meet with a contact who knew the names of some high-ranking foreign spies inside the Cordon military. I was waiting inside the building when I heard a distant gunshot. I looked out from the door and saw my contact dead on the street below. I answered his wounds, judging by the gun's bullet's entry point. He was shot from a northwest direction from a very high vantage point. The shooter was exceptionally lucky. The bullet hit an artery. His target died within a matter of seconds. I quickly deduced the point from where the shot was made. I ran there and saw the police officer who was questioning a suspicious man in a rifle closed near the gate at Venice Street. I noticed the gunpowder residue on his hands and realized that this was our shooter, held by an overly diligent policeman. Might be a pure accident, but one that demonstrates how luck can turn in an instant. However, the shooter was carrying no gun, knowing where he shot from. When he was stopped by police, I easily found the place where he disposed of his weapon. That's where you'll find the coin. Search between the roots of the smaller two trees. Okay, northwest. Either the church steeple or that building. Okay, so if there's a dude, a shot here, the only place that actually has a vantage point is this building. Guess wait a minute. He stopped at Vernet Street. Vernet Street's way the hell over here. Okay, so the spot we're looking for is Cardona Abbey, which is the church.
Hello.
So if I read that right, you say he was up in here. But he looked out. So his contact dead. Yeah, he says he looked out the front door, which would be this guy right here. So his contact dead on the street below, which would be this right here. So say this dude was like here. He'd had to have been standing here to get shot by the bell tower.
What's up?
Okay. Bandit lair under the church. Great. apparently we can see the shooter being arrested at the gates. Except that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, he has been arrested by the gate. Okay, near the gate at Verner Street. Okay, so yeah, that does that right. That tracks. The Abbey's here, but the gate to it is here. Okay. And down the path to the bandit lair. Right.
It bears a Tura, a unique calligraphic seal of a sultan. Mycroft received this coin as a gift from a prominent Turkish family in Cordona for some favour. An akçe, called asper by the British. One of the first Ottoman silver coins dating back to the 15th century. They minted them in Serbian despotate.
Yeah, that's totally going to be outside of a bandit lair where somebody's just going to, like, leave it alone. Never actually bother to see it. Okay, where is coin 5? That's coin 6. Huh. That's 9. 10. Seven, 8. Okay, 5. Church of St. Peter. Yes, because even the thugs are proper British gentlemen. Okay, should we just about on top of it?
Hello.
no sign of a hint. The vase was broken recently, though. Perhaps the vandal left some tracks.
Oh my, did somebody actually finally... prove themselves just to be kind of a shit? Oh, fuck. I hate this mechanic so much.
Looks like our little vandal is a dog. Let's see where he went. Well. The Zeppelin is a point of pride for the local British populace. There are two places in the city where our countrymen like to gather, talk, drink coffee, and feel a sense of superiority to their local friends. One is at the square you found this hint. Another is close to a local guest house, which is well known amongst those who came to the island to visit friends and relatives. Between those 2 points is a bridge. Behind one of the cobblestones in its foundation, I've hidden your coin. Okay, so here's this. Could you help me?
I'd tell you if I knew, but unfortunately, I don't.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I'd rather bite a sneaker than talk to you.
You obviously haven't thought this all through. Or are you just annoying these people on purpose?
Oh my god, shut the fuck up, John.
May I ask you something?
There is no amount of money that would make me talk.
Fucking dickhead. How about
Excuse
now?
me, just one question.
Listen, friend, I like your face. I'll tell you.
Guest house is located at the crossing between Glass Street and Queen Street. Glass Street, okay, so Church of St. Peter. Okay, Glass Street and Queen Street. Okay, so we're looking for a bridge. This looks to be the bridge.
coin was gifted to me by Mycroft. He told me that he won it in a game of cards, but I can hardly see Mycroft playing, well, anything. Kurush, or piaster. A large silver coin, now replaced by the gold lira. Suleiman II minted them, part of his attempt to revive the failing economy.
Kind of funny, they didn't just, like, happen to notice that. Okay, so that's number 5. I spotted 6 earlier. Let's go ahead and find out what this is, because it's bugging me.
Sherlock Holmes, your brother Mycroft sent his regards.
Oh, how touching. Perhaps one day he'll do it in person.
Look, I just tell you what they tell me.
And you've done it admirably. Good show. I'm confident that with a bit of effort, one day you might even send regards to the king himself. Goodbye.
Wait, no, I haven't told you yet.
Of course, let me guess. Mission urgent, fate of the nation, etc. Mycroft busy with his tea parties, is he?
Right, so, one of our agents has been involved in an accident and can't send us the confidential document she's obtained. We need you to go and ensure the job is completed. So, yes, urgent mission, fate of the nation.
So, Mycroft needs another errand boy. And you are presumably too incompetent? Oh, don't give me that look. I'll go and check on your agent. Send Mycroft my regards.
The details are in this note, Mr. Holmes. If I were you, I'd start to take this more seriously. Lives are at stake.
You act like that's supposed to actually be important to me. Mycroft's agents got into an accident at the intersection of Bakersfield Street and Reed Street in northwestern Scaladio. Find her collect the package of documents she had obtained. Afterwards, passed the agent waiting in the square in front of the hall. In front of City Hall, okay. When it's free to fire, you'll see it on his face.
Nothing ever changes. I'm pulled back and forth between my brothers playing all their silly games.
Hey, at least mine are fun.
Yeah, okay, northwestern Scaladio, that's gonna be over here somewhere. Bakersville and Reed.
Guests of Cordona, the treasures await you. Collect them all and return for more.
As part of the governor's commitment to increasing tourism in Cordona, the City Hall is excited to announce a treasure hunt event. The challenge consists of 3 stages, each consisting of 8 photographic clues on locations of the hidden treasure boxes.
Once the participant has collected all 8, they must return and collect the clues for the next set of treasures. Oh, shit. Or this notable part of the city.
Sir, what do you think you're doing?
Officer,
Oh, I know you. You're the clever chap that cracked that Palazzo del Luzzo case, eh?
presuming there has not been another murder since, then yes, it is I. I'm here to investigate the accident. You don't mind if I examine the scene?
You're too late. Case closed. It was no accident. The rickshaw driver deliberately ran that poor woman over, and I'm taking him into custody.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then my examination of the scene can hardly interfere with your brilliant work, Officer
Huxley. Well, if you want to play detective, go ahead. But stay away from my business, alright?
This guy's sus as fuck.
The dress looks generally neat and tidy. Any staining must have been from the accident. This pendant looks like it may contain something. Let's see.
Blank note.
An impact to the back of the head caused severe damage. Her death was probably instant.
Cordona's true horror revealed. Behold, the killer curb.
Okay, what am I looking for?
It takes two to tango. I'll find a use for it. Cleaning the houses of rich men by day and preserving England's secrets by night.
My friend, you know you're in trouble, right? But all this can go away for a small fee.
Oh.
Damn crooked cops. Come on, concentrate, so we can stop him before he arrests the driver.
Always take care when walking beneath balconies. From the position of the body, we can deduce that Mycroft's agent walked down the street from the east. The rickshaw's tracks show that the vehicle was coming from the south. The rickshaw gained speed down the slope of the road and was going too fast to stop for a pedestrian.
But, Sherry, it would be impossible to miss a rickshaw speeding downhill. It was as fast as a racehorse.
Unless something distracts you. A sudden loud noise caught the agent's attention and they stepped into the road without looking. It was all an accident. John, no one is immune to chance. Such synchrony of events would be very difficult to contrive artificially.
No such thing as coincidence. I bet there's a killer mastermind behind this. Or a team of killers. Ooh, a secret global rickshaw conspiracy.
Upon examination of the scene, I have concluded that the smash of the flower pot distracted the woman. She didn't notice the oncoming rickshaw. After stepping into its path, she was knocked to the ground and died after hitting her head on the curb. It was most likely an accident.
Ugh, that's just your imagination. The facts say otherwise.
Well, fact, there are no wheel tracks on the woman's body, so the rickshaw could not have run over her. Fact, you are blackmailing an innocent man.
Didn't I tell you to stay out of my business? You're lucky there's a crowd.
So the man can go free. Oh, thank you, Officer Huxley, for your excellent decision.
All right. The rickshaw puller can leave, but he better not show his face again. That goes twice for you, Mr. White Knight. Goodbye, sir.
I'm glad you didn't leave that poor chap alone.
The truth must be told, even if it damns as often as it saves. Today it spared a driver and denounced an officer. Tomorrow, perhaps the opposite.
Fucking assholes look at it and shoot him to death right here. Okay, so... Okay. That's not gonna work. Why is this here? So this adds 1 to the value. Okay, so whatever we end up cooking up has to be just 1 under, right? Wait. Okay, so that'll reduce 1 from the negatives. It'll add 1 to the positives. Which means this needs to be 4, that needs to be 6. That needs to be 2. Okay, this gives us a little bit of a problem. Because it does not solve. Four, 3, and 6. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. So the easiest thing we can do is swap this guy to a negative, because we know that that's going to end up getting an add up. So that's going to end up turning into a -3. So it means all we need to do is figure out how to make sometime. We need to figure out how to make green sometime. Somebody in the background sneezing. Because we need to figure out how to make green 2 a red -5. Something needs to be -6. Okay, I was trying to take this somewhere, but it's not where I thought it was going to end up. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, that's right. I was going to try to find one that would add 1 to red. That's going to end up turning it into +3 if I do that. Okay, so this ends up being a +6. Okay, had an idea of turning. We swap the polarity of 6 to be -6 and -1. If we added 2 to that. It's like looking at all the individual parts here, and it's like I've got to do 3 different sets of math here and figure out how to get everything to actually coalesce. What was the name of this case? The Bridge Agent. Okay, does anyone actually have a guide for this? Okay, so this is M for Mystery DLC. Okay, what'd this guy do? Okay, so this guy starts with all the solids. Okay, so he did that. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, but this dude, I put out this guide. It has something different. Okay, why can I not unlink that? Okay, so far this is looking like I'd have to swap the poles of all of these. Okay, let's see here. Huh. Okay. I hate that. Somebody ends up doing the quest. They find a solution for the chemical thing, but for whatever reason, like the guy that I saw in the YouTube video did it, didn't have this function. Okay, so wait. I just had a solution in my head. That's right, because this has to be 6. That was irritating. Hidden with invisible ink, the note contains an address, northwestern Scaladio, the crossing of Reichenbach Road and Hudsonetti Street. Look for the bird sign. Okay, northwestern Scaladio. Reichenbach. And Hudsonetti. Alright, Hudson and Rickenbacker. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting little numbers puzzle, but at the same time, it kind of, you know, kind of like that with the wardrobe system. It kind of overstays its welcome. Okay. Look for the bird sign.
Take a look. Try it on. It'll be a nice purchase.
Okay, clothing trader. Bird sign. Bird sign.
One bed, one table, and one horrible scent of decay which someone tried to cover with perfume. A typical safe house for Mycroft spies. I've always wanted to try something new. Fake passports. I guess nothing is a crime if you're working for the Crown. Reminds me of the mess in your room, John.
Okay. Wow. It looks like there's nothing wrong with it from the get-go. But the longer I look at it, the more cursed it gets.
I must say, perfectly maintained. She took good care of it. A brand new model.
Well, I mean, a model that doesn't physically exist and isn't actually capable of function.
Being a secret agent isn't easy. The documents may have been stowed in here, but they're gone now. The documents may have been stowed in here, but they're gone now. Whoever broke in clearly does not appreciate lockpicks.
Okay. Okay, so hidden address of one of Mycroft's safe houses. Found a bounty box that was recently forced open. Room was a mess. Front of passports, fake mustache. Brand new revolver, bottle of booze, both untouched. Okay. Matches. Broken window.
The wax is still warm. Primitive, but efficient at breaking windows. A brute force intrusion rather than a stealthy sneak-in. Sloppy work. Unprofessional. Someone was in a hurry. Mycroft's documents were stolen. The thief entered through the broken window not long ago.
What are we waiting for? Let's search the backyard and track him down.
Oh, damn it.
Broke a window.
They were in such a hurry that they cut themselves. They injured themselves pretty seriously.
Look at the amount of blood. Does it mean they were waiting here for something?
The police patrol schedule sends officers along here regularly. Our thief wasn't waiting. They were hiding.
Church of St. Augustine.
The blood trail stops here. They must have finally bandaged the wound.
The thief must be somewhere around here. I can almost smell him.
Nice to see you.
Well, here's our guy.
Piece of advice. Next time you try to steal from an agent of the United Kingdom, don't leave a trail of blood behind you. Try using a lockpick.
So it seems this is it. You found me. And now I have no choice. No choice at all. He told me to give you this letter.
So where are the documents, and who is he?
Huh. Piece of advice. When someone tells you to mind your own business, listen.
Oh, Sherry. What horror could he have been facing that suicide was the better option?
It's a grim augury indeed. Something bigger brewing, John. We should inspect the poor man for any leads.
Honestly, that is not the twist I thought it was going to be.
He managed to bandage the wound properly. A strange act of self-preservation for a man on his way to suicide. Expensive clothes. Pretty worn out, though. A family insignia. Typical nobleman fashion. A family insignia. Typical nobleman fashion. Old and made of silver. Not expensive, but might be an heirloom.
Take a photo of this poor bugger. Better to give Mycroft something rather than nothing.
I suppose it may help in understanding the situation.
Okay, so... Boat of the Thief. Okay, now I just have to get back to City Hall. Okay, didn't find the documents on the thief's body. The way he clumsily broke into the safe house suggests he was not a professional. It's unlikely he could have found out about state secret documents in the safe house on his own. He's upon somebody else's chessboard. Okay. They probably pressed the documents into this M. Pass the documents to M, who continues to evade discovery.
Says you wanted to leave one clue, a note of invitation. Okay.
May I ask you something?
You have a job, so why don't you go back to it instead of bothering me?
Dick.
Are you able to help me?
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Time to check your who, what, and what, Sherry. Who are you asking? About what? And dressed as what?
Shut the fuck up, John.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm so sorry. I can't help you, sir.
Okay.
May I ask for your assistance?
Nothing I can tell you, sir, but others might know more.
Are you able to help me?
No, I have nothing to say about that.
Right, okay. Okay, so the guy was not cheaply dressed. But apparently has been wearing those for quite some time.
Could you help me?
No, I have nothing to say about that.
Why are you covered in filth? That is so weird. The lady had like gray crap all over her face. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and try heading back to City Hall area.
long as we are in the more respectable part of town.
Is this familiar to you?
Can't say I know.
I'm kind of starting to think that the day and night cycle is also interfering with who I can talk to. Because it's nighttime out, all the riffraff show up. Okay, give me 1 second here. I need to adjust a blanket because it's getting a little chilly in here.
Are you able to help me?
My dear fellow, you're talking to the right man.
Okay, the documents are gone. The thief is dead. Only has a note from M. John was right. The rickshaw accident was a setup. But it was the person behind it has played us all. Yet rather than despair, I feel alive. There is someone out there, someone like me, someone at my level. I gladly accept the challenge.
Alas, that's a terrible blow for the office. I'd better pass on your report immediately. Thank you for your service.
The accident doesn't look so accidental anymore, does it?
I think you might be right, John. I feel like someone is leading us by the nose. First time I've encountered such a devious mind.
I suspect not the last.
Room 227. Okay. This has become rather interesting. Lady Joe is locked up, but the blackmail materials have been stolen by someone else. I can retrieve them for United Kingdom intelligence. I've got Joe's letter from an M, who seems to be behind the theft of Herring's documents. Lucky Joe said he was contacted by M at El Palazzo de Luzo. Okay, so that means we need to go back down to the hotel.
Guests of Cordona, the treasures await you. Collect them all and return for more.
think I can shortcut through here. Okay, take the street down to the end. Then from here, we go over here. Okay, here's the hotel. Okay, how far get in?
Oh, is that you, Mr. Holmes? Please, come in. Now that the police have finished their investigation, Il Palazzo dell'Uso has finally reopened. We are delighted to welcome you back, Mr. Holmes.
How can I help you, sir?
Okay, room 227.
Good day. I'm looking for room 227. An acquaintance of mine has invited me to visit him.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, what a delight to see you again. Professor Malice told me he was expecting someone, but I didn't know it would be you. 227 is upstairs and to the left. He said you should spare him the trouble and let yourself in. Here's the key. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to see you.
Professor Malice. Yes. Yes, of course. Well, I'd best not keep him waiting, thank you.
Sorry, this feels awfully like someone has set a mousetrap and we're walking right into it.
I have it under control, John.
Really, Sherry? I don't like this. Please.
See? Neither a trapdoor nor a self-firing gun. A family photo of the man who jumped off the bridge. Pity.
Everybody has pressure points. What would happen if I pushed yours?
Everybody has pressure points. What would happen if I pushed yours?
Daniel Wellington was a wealthy nobleman that arrived on Cardona at the very beginning of the Silver Rush of 1818. He funneled all of his money into mining and earned himself a fortune in return. Daniel had 4 sons, all infamous for their spoiled behavior and ability to pay their way out of any crime, including bludgeoning a man near to death and setting a bar on fire. Daniel Wellington died in 1859 at the age of 67, and his inheritance passed to his older son Tom. Excuse me, good lord. Tom Wellington was not nearly as smart at business as his father. Every new financial investment failed. But with the mining business still profitable, the family were insulated. Until in 1862, the mines were exhausted. Some say the Wellington family went into bankruptcy in 1866, but the true collapse happened earlier in 1863, when Tom Wellington committed suicide. His wife and 7-year-old son, Reginald, were left with the debt, and his unsympathetic brothers offered no respite. The miners demanded payment, vandalizing the Wellington mansion and threatening worse. The family sold their estate to pay off the debt, then disappeared, but even now the family has a lot of enemies on the island.
How many more dossiers like this does M possess? Mysteries of Sirius B by Jacob Haring. Used, then discarded. Like everyone in his path. These people were not colleagues or co-conspirators, they were just implements M used to get what he wanted.
Dear Mr. Holmes, I must apologize for not being there to greet you. I waited quite some time, but perhaps overestimated your abilities. Alas, I have urgent matters to attend to overseas and can delay my departure no longer. As such, I'm afraid I simply do not have time to pack up all my things. Perhaps you can take a good look around for me and see if there's anything of note. I mean, you're dead, and I'm already thinking about how to repay you. Must run, M.
What did it say, Sherry?
That I failed, John. He's gone, tore through Cordona like a hurricane and left us to sift through the wreckage. Nelson's Monument in Trafalgar Square, London. I am watching you.
The hairs on my neck just stood up.
Extensive handwritten notes on Sirius B. It appears M was studying up. A dossier on General Garnet Wolseley, but now empty. I recognize this seal from Jacob Haring's mail. He left behind only what he wanted us to find. Infuriating. A clean champagne flute. The champagne bottle is uncorked, yet still chilled and bubbly. The gall of this man.
Someone's celebrating a victory, and I'm not sure it's us.
Anglo-Egyptian war looms. The first move has been made. M is celebrating and wants us to know it.
Smug little bastard, isn't he?
Jacob Haring, just a pawn in a complex chess match. Mycroft's agent. So M did orchestrate her accident with unimaginable precision. A marked map of Cordona. We visited most of these locations recently. The position of naval forces in the Mediterranean. This M has his sights set on bigger things. All these thefts, exactions, and deaths are the intricately entwined pieces of a greater plan, and we fail to influence it in the slightest.
We're too late, Sherry. M set this all up for us, knowing by the time we found it, he would already have left Cordona.
No, there must be something I've missed. We can still catch him.
There's nothing else here. It's over. You read his letter. He laid out this makeshift museum to taunt you. Don't give him the satisfaction.
I will not cede defeat. I will treat this threat with the seriousness it deserves, which is to say, my absolute attention.
Then you are giving him the win, Sherlock. Have you considered you might be out of your depth? He was sitting here in this very room, spinning his web around Cordona and beyond. Manipulating and murdering people, using the Mediterranean as his playground like some sodding Napoleon of crime.
Are you trying to suggest?
I am not suggesting. I am stating outright that he is toying with you and you are too arrogant to avoid the bait. Sherlock, we stumbled into the lion's den. Now we must slow down, be smart, and make sure we get to walk out alive.
So what do you suggest?
I know you want to catch him on your own, but it's time to face the facts. You lost. The smartest thing we can do now is lick our wounds and tell Mycroft everything.
Mycroft? Now you are being hysterical.
Look around you, Sherry. He's stealing secrets from the Crown, toying with navies, fomenting war. You cannot catch him alone. We will need all your brother's connections to stop this madman before he does worse.
I'm not too sure how to answer this. Okay, it keeps bringing me up the same stupid guy that doesn't have anything in it. Hey, asking Minecraft for help would be kind of a gross move, but at the same time, I kind of think that Sherlock would be more inclined to not go to his brother.
M thinks he can anticipate my decisions, and for now I shall let him believe it. But fear not, John. When opportunity strikes, so will I.
This is not about you and your ego, Sherlock. There are other lives at risk.
I am well aware, John, but Mycroft is not the answer. For the Crown, criminals like M are just as easily seen as assets or allies should their crimes align with one's political agenda. I will not involve my brother and risk this man walking free. I cannot allow it.
You're fooling yourself, Sherlock. You think M doesn't have a folder on you and Mycroft? He's counting on you two not cooperating. It's obvious.
I am simply ensuring that when M and I cross paths again, it will be on my terms, neither his nor Mycroft's. That is how I will win.
This is a mistake, and one day you'll pay for it. But I know you too well to argue any longer. M is gone. For now, best to focus on the reason we came to Gordona in the first place.
On that matter, you are probably right. But John, I need you on my side.
I am on your side, Sherry. To make sure you don't get yourself killed.
I appreciate it. Shall we?
Okay. All evidence collected. It's kind of one of those things, it's like, we kind of have inclined, seeing as how he's got a bottle of champagne there, that, you know, maybe just take that and drink it. Thing is, that would be a profoundly bad idea. I do not know if I want to do this. That is going to be a wild goose chase.
Suicide claims another. A young man has leapt to his end in broad daylight from the rolling bricks bridge.
Interested in some Cordona news?
Check the front page. You won't regret it.
Shocking scenes at the Rolling Bricks Bridge today as a young man leapt to his death in broad daylight. Witnesses report that the man was running as if hell itself was chasing him, with police refusing to discuss the matter. Many questions remain. Was he mad or being pursued by something truly terrifying? As officers continue to investigate, we encourage any with knowledge of this tragic event to come forward.
Simply the best garments on the island.
Oh, this isn't the right store.
You'll never find such magnificent paintings anywhere else. My goods will brighten up your house. Enjoy your purchase. Make your garden cozier. Sorry, I have nothing to offer you at present.
Okay, meanwhile, back at the ranch. Okay, yeah. Let's go on with be a shortcut through there. This is like the messiest part of town.
Ah, the room looks nice now. It's comforting to see the way it was meant to be.
My mother always preferred to spend her rare moments of lucidity with me.
That's true. She even stopped Mycroft from joining you. Remember?
I do. He didn't show it, but he was upset. I think Mother paid more attention to me because I was younger.
In her rare moments of lucidity, Sherlock's mother always wanted to spend time with him. One day, she found us preparing for the play, and she helped us apply the stage makeup in front of the mirror. Mycroft wanted to join us, but she refused. He didn't show it, but I know he was upset. I'd always paid more attention to Sherry because he was younger.
It reminds me of my mother.
And on that note, we finish out the house. Except there's still one door we can't get into.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it.
House fully restored with the exception of the door to the backyard. Okay, so that was pretty much what I wanted for all of the house stuff. So I think we're good to go ahead and get onto this one.
Welcome to the Manchios Mansion.
Okay.
Welcome, sir. I do hope you enjoy yourself.
Enjoy the evening, sir. There is still plenty of time before the grand finale.
All right.
Quite the party. This kind of reminds me of that Dead Island 2 DLC that takes place in the house.
What if I write an article about these people here? Can you help me gather information? My goodness, Sherlock, they made a blood fountain.
No, John, it's definitely not blood, just wine. Go is it a guess? Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends. Codex Orchis. Why does this occult book sound like a flower?
Look for information to expose the local elite.
Curtains do not guarantee privacy.
And you still need a crack, despite being ethereal.
Do you know what was here before Manchiosa's family bought it?
The eerie history of the mansion. Before Marchios' family, the mansion was owned by an occultist architect. He dedicated his life to conducting a powerful ritual from the Forgotten Tome. But the ordinary magic circles proved too weak for it. That was why he built this mansion. A keen eye might notice that its shapes correspond with certain magical symbols, and some walls had cavities. One day the architect simply disappeared. An ash stain on the floor was all that remained. Perhaps he was successful in his endeavor.
That's what I like about this party. Bring me more dirt, Sherry. One more piece, and I can expose these base hedonists.
Uh-oh.
Sherlock! Friend! I wasn't sure you'd come.
Werner, I see you are not yourself.
The more time you spend here in Cordona, the more I feel it my duty to bring you into our world and show you all we have to offer.
And what is on offer today?
Pleasure, indulgence, relief, and relaxation. You've earned some time for yourself, have you not?
Those who know me would say I'm incapable of it.
Nonsense. I refuse to believe there is anyone permitted to know Sherlock Holmes.
You may be right.
Then free yourself from inhibition and expectation. The night is young, and so are the guests. You should try to enjoy both. It's not healthy for handsome men to spend every night alone, and certainly not in a house filled with such melancholic memories.
I must admit, my travels have proven more taxing than expected. I'm less confident in my life and myself. Time of relaxation seems a distant dream.
So can I tempt you with a physical aid to your moral consolations? There's wine, of course, something to smoke, or perhaps an artificial paradise? Yes, something more spiritual, a potentiator to sharpen the mind. A 7% solution of, well, that'd be telling, but you must try it.
My mind is my most valuable asset, and a finely tuned instrument I will not risk impeding its function. My ultimate duty is to provide the world with truth, and I do that perfectly well as is.
Duty? You've never cared about that before.
Of course I do. Exposing a lie, revealing a fact, that is a moral responsibility.
That's not morality. Morals are what happens afterwards when truth collides with consequence. Do you ever follow up on cases you solved? Do you ever see what happened next? Visit the victims? Ensure justice is served in the courts? And how do you choose where to direct your attention? Are there not deserving causes to which your brilliance could be applied but isn't?
You ascribe me more power than I possess. I have a narrow skill set and work within that mandate. What occurs afterward is irrelevant.
With every action or inaction, you place a finger on the scales of morality. Many in the city would see you as abdicating your responsibility.
I haven't.
Not me, of course. Morality is subjective, just like truth. There is little to be gained from indulging in it, and far better things to indulge in. Now I must insist on easing any burdens I've placed upon your shoulders. Show yourself a kindness, and try this rather delectable concoction.
I am perfectly capable of coping with myself without medical assistance.
Then I shall press you on it no further. But please do not refuse my gift. Take it with you as a souvenir of this special night.
Souvenir of what, exactly? But, all right, if only to put the matter to bed.
And now, our evening begins in earnest. I just remembered. I'm sorry, Sherlock. My mind's delightfully impaired. Please take this key. It opens the altar room, past the library.
Pardon? Altar room? What now, Werner?
Go quickly and find our Fabio. Only you can make him talk. I'll join you in a minute.
Translation, Werner is a little blitzed. And decided to throw a party surrounded by as much poon as he could imagine. Okay, I'm trying to keep an eye out for anything and everything. There's someone named Fabio in the altar room.
My God. Was he here this whole time?
Okay. Murder as an art piece.
This crude tattoo partially covers a slave branding. A blunt force trauma may have suffered an internal hemorrhage. The dagger is heavy and sharp, but lacks balance. This golden handle has a bloodstain on it. This worm-like sigil has been drawn with his own blood. The wound is deep. A precise strike reached the heart. The victim has clenched the fabric so firmly in his fist that it's nigh impossible to remove it. He died right here.
Okay, well, this is clearly ritualistic.
The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol for Mars. This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus, drawn in a hurry. This oil has a slight aroma of flowers and olive. This oil, the ointment, smells mouse-like. I presume it is an aphrodisiac prepared from a Spanish fly. This elaborate box must be for the ritual dagger. The herbs here are Salvia divinorum. They have a slight hallucinogenic effect to emphasize the ceremony.
Uh-oh.
Enough cigars to burn down the entire mansion. An open wound spoiled the carpet. Blood. A sturdy bottle met a not-so-sturdy human. It didn't break only because it was unopened. Why don't people tidy up after themselves?
Okay, we got all those, got all that. Dressing room, okay.
Handcrafted and luxurious cufflinks. There's also a note. For my Fabio, Manchos. The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me. The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me. The capital F on the key fob might refer to Fabio.
Would you recognise me in one of these? I suppose not.
Okay.
Props, decorations, and tools for a more detailed set.
Interesting. Don't ignore the guests, Matista, and stop boring them. They don't want to hear about your stupidities. They want to feel how beautiful they are and how generous you can be towards them. You're here to please and celebrate life. Remember, each guest paid a great deal to be with you. Manchios.
How can anyone accept such behaviour?
This is a different ritual.
Okay, I found a scenario of some sort of ritual with a remark written in the beginning says, read and rehearse this rite, Manchios. The naked woman lies on the altar, and a bed of flowers symbolizing Mother Gaia, the one who leads. The ritual oils the body to awaken her inner fertility. Right. Participants should chant this moment and call for the man who can please Mother Gaia, the man who will impersonate the, quote, principle of life, become to engage with her.
A useful tool for a disguise arsenal. The pitcher is empty, but with puddles around it. Blood clots are adhered to the sides of the drain.
Huh. Weird.
Identical to the robes the guests are wearing.
Huh.
A person leaned against the doorframe. They left a smudged trail of blood. A bloody handprint on an armchair. The wounded person was here for some time. There appear to be no further traces leading to the altar.
Ah, fuck. Okay. Power room guest can smoke in comfort. Drive some blood on the way and on the floor. Drive some blood on the frame frame. Dressing room. It's decorations, costumes, and sets. Somebody washed blood down the drain. So whoever left the handprint came in here and tidied it up a little bit before grabbing a robe. And then popping out from back here.
Werner, care to explain what is going on here?
On nights like these, it's not unusual for some attendees to get a little exuberant. It's part of the appeal. Unfortunately, it appears things have gotten out of hand. Yes, some are more prone to bend the rules of morality.
That's murder. I doubt there's anything left to bend. Why did you not tell me immediately? We were chatting about trivial matters for some time.
If I'm completely honest, Sherlock, I've consumed a rather potent cocktail of substances. My attention slips and drifts. But I'm glad I thought to call for you.
You sent me a disguise.
Oh dear, did I? Well, since I found the body, Mr. Manchios has agreed that you can investigate the matter. I promise my mind will behave itself going forward.
All right. Pull yourself together, Werner. What is it about these nights that you were so eager to share with me?
Well, they're not always in the evenings, but they are in the shadows. People gather to test their boundaries in a safe and consensual atmosphere, often with more stains than your typical crime scene. But that is the point. Who are we to judge?
I suppose that's fair. What about today, then? Was anything different?
Well, I was invited as a special guest. It was supposed to be a time of both divine and carnal pleasures. A scratch for every unconventional itch.
I imagine you're reeling from your shattered expectations.
On the contrary, there is still spectacle, stimulation, and release, merely in a different form. I like to let life entertain me.
Or death. Mr. Manchios is the owner of the manor, yes?
And the host of Cordona's most memorable parties. He promises even the ugliest guest a partner for the night. And for the ones with more unconventional tastes, Mr. Manchios provides other services.
What a caring person.
You cannot begin to imagine.
The police remain unaware of this tragic event?
Some of them may be hiding behind their masks. They conceal many things. But we didn't want the authorities to create more problems. Besides, after a few cocktails, their incompetence will have soared to new heights.
How do you know I even want the case?
I promised you relaxation. If there's one thing I know about you, Sherlock, it's that nothing soothes you more than a good mystery.
How did you discover the body? In between guzzles of alcohol?
I was set to perform in a fecundity rite with Fabio and came to inquire further. It was a staged ritual where he was to play the principle of life.
And the rehearsal was unsuccessful?
Who knows? I found him alone on the altar, his blood dripping to the floor.
And then?
Then I called Mr. Manchios. He was panicking, so I told him about you. We left the room and locked the door. Then we were...
filling time?
Waiting for you was stressful. We indulged in some simple comforts. Overindulged, perhaps.
Were you well acquainted with Fabio, the victim?
Everyone knew Fabio, or wanted to. His beauty was the talk of the island. Too handsome to go unnoticed. He was magnetic. Fat wallets fought for the privilege of having him. He offered the pleasures of performance, and more.
Right.
What about the fertility ritual? There was something about Fabio being a principle of life.
Fabio was supposed to portray the beauty of life's origin. Flowers, oil, Not this travesty that seems straight out of the Inquisition.
So this ritual is not the fertility rite. What was it meant to look like?
It begins with a woman lying naked in a flower bed on the altar. She represents Gaia, the earth. As I cover her in oils, we chant for the principle. As our calls reach a climax, Fabio enters and copulates with her. After he finishes, I stab her with a dagger. That part's just pretend, of course.
But the intercourse is not?
I did not expect you to be such a prude. Are you a virgin? It is nothing to be ashamed of, but it would explain the color of your cheeks. The fertility rite marks the start of our festivities. The principle of life is beautiful, intimate, essential. It must not be stopped.
Yet it appears that someone did stop it. What about the naked woman? Can you tell me anything about her?
Oh yes, Matista. She's one of Fabio's compatriots and a performer too. I haven't seen her today, actually.
Really?
When you discovered the body, was the door open?
No, it was locked. Oh, that reminds me. It's a minor detail, but the first time I came to speak to Fabio, I left without entering, having been unable to open the door.
You didn't have the key?
No, I had it. Don't look at me like that. I was mostly sober. I suspect there was a key in the other side of the door, blocking the lock.
That detail may very well be major, Werner. Well done. So you returned later only to find the lock was not blocked?
Correct. After an hour had passed, I tried again and was able to unlock the door. That's when I discovered poor, handsome Fabio.
Okay. So that was interesting. Okay. So, Fabio was sacrificed on an altar during an occult ritual. Okay, so we need to figure out where the second person that was supposed to be taking part in this ritual was.
Romantic poetry and prose. Someone's in touch with their feelings. These medieval botany and chemistry books look even more satanic than the occult ones.
It's kind of funny if you take a look back at like old medieval art.
Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends.
Sometimes their descriptions of things were a little off. That's putting it lightly. Okay, so... Okay, go and clear that stuff out. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm thinking we may have missed something. Yeah, because we don't even have all key evidence yet.
Similar to the guests' robes, apart from the bloodstains.
So, Sherry, do you have any ideas about the case?
Perhaps. I think I can deduce what happened here.
Yeah, pretty obvious he was stabbed there.
The bottle was used as a weapon during a scuffle in the smoking lounge. Then, to ensure no one would interrupt, the murderer locked the door. The unconscious body of the victim was moved to the altar room. Once the body was on the altar, the murderer thrust the dagger into the victim's heart. Symbols were drawn with the blood. The wardrobe was used to hide the bloody robe from anyone's eyes. The killer washed himself and took a clean robe from the hanger before leaving.
Are you alright? You're on the floor, not moving.
I think I know what happened here.
Okay, so... Okay, the murderer had to cue the altar room. I'm gonna say the ritual is just a cover for the murder.
I'm starting to put the pieces together.
Fabio was stabbed.
I see nothing gets past you, Werner. Yes, he was stabbed, but only after being knocked out in the next room and placed here. I do not yet know why.
So, who's responsible?
Well, it was one person working alone, and the murderer has now donned a robe. He or she could be hiding in plain sight. We have lost time, Werner, but your discretion may prove to be a benediction after all.
Oh, crap. Okay, hang on. These are usually things where you have to get the right evidence in the right order. I don't think it's going to just let me start splapping them out there willy-nilly. Okay, since this is one of the main quests, then this one crappy guide should have the right stuff for it. Oh, there's 2 conversations we need to eavesdrop on. Okay. Okay, so we already heard the conversation from the 2 standing by the front door. There's someone else sitting on a couch, apparently. Okay, so we need to go through checking data. Oh. Apparently, this one doesn't matter that much. Okay, yeah, we just talked about all the stuff. We don't actually have to pick things specifically. Okay.
I can't follow you here. The murderer had to have access to this room. After the crime, he used his own key to lock the door. So, who had the key to the altar room?
I'm not sure. As a special guest, I was provided one by Mr. Manchios. He should be able to tell you of any others.
Where can I find him?
Most likely in the main hall, entertaining his guests. He has a mask with golden stars. You can't miss him. But please be discreet. We don't want to risk disturbing the revelry.
Okay.
Sherlock, don't forget to find the information I need before the guests leave.
Sounded like whoever was in that room kind of needed a little bit of their privacy.
Nanchos had to enforce the masks after the scandal. Nanchos had to enforce them.
Okay. People described a scandal from a previous party. Vice Governor Cowden was found by his wife to be a Prussian duchess in the company of young men. Although the marriage was intended to be a political one, the emotions of the duchess were real. The incident instigated a political crisis between Cordona and Prussia. Although there were only a few notes of protest, the governor fired his protege.
I'll pin them down, Biscoop. Thank you, Sherlock.
Wallowing in Mud with Cordona's Leap by John. Yes, the pigs are always somewhere to be found around filth. Stiff neck. Sorry. The same can be said about certain members of Cordona's Leap found at the Manchios mansion. The current society has thirst for lust, dirt, and nefarious deeds. Perverse, corrupt officials prefer to solve political issues behind the velour curtains. Cowden, the vice governor, for example, his political marriage collapsed in international affairs with Prussia, where he supposes this took place at a party of Kurt Manchios. Blech. It's turning into a chunky breaky read. Well, not to mention this puddle of waste is being nurtured in a mansion that once belonged to a crazed architect. A place where every shape and edge has occult meaning. Cardona's leap feels safe and fine in there, to be sure. This is a short summary of a single evening, but I am sure there is more to uncover. However, my hard work won't affect the run of my newspaper. John, quote-unquote, the journalist.
Kurt Manchios, I presume? I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you must be the one Werner told me about. What a sweet voice you have. It must belong to a handsome young man. Can I call you Sherlock?
As you wish, Mr. Manchios. Mr. Vogel asked me to help you. The body in the altar room requires answers, and quickly. I suspect the murderer to still be here.
What? Lower your voice. I don't want anyone to hear us.
Did you know Fabio well?
People are starting to look at us, Sherlock. Change the subject. I can't believe what happened to him. To me. Such an atrocity. Think what it means for me. A wonderful evening for so many good, influential, and rich people has been ruined. I have betrayed all my promises of exotic delights.
I don't understand. Surely a murder would affect your reputation to a greater extent.
Please, isn't this why you are here? I thought you were a silent magician. Do your tricks and make it go away.
I need to find all those who had the key to the altar room. As far as I know, Mr. Vogel, Fabio, and you had access to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Also, Matista and Santos.
Santos? Who is that?
Santos Pinchetti, my major domo. In his opinion, at least.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Pinchetti and Matista. Do you have somewhere I might have a private conversation with them?
Of course, of course. Let me think. Matista is entertaining the guests somewhere, and Santos... Oh, yes. He will be busy with the servants. Or the cook. What's that noise? What's going on?
Freeze, filth. You're under arrest.
Oh, great. King party interrupted by a murder and the police breaking in and raiding the mansion. Well, that came out of nowhere.
Committed a crime, and now I have to free you, kiss your hand, and apologise for the inconvenience. Your Grace.
I did tell you that Mr. Vogel and I were innocent. I emphasized it in my statement.
Your statement? Thanks to some bigwigs who work for the so-called good of the country by releasing fleas like you. Thank God we have Vogel in this letter. Once I get to that goldfish, I'll...
Bigwig? Oh, my wretched brother Mycroft and his long nose.
Wait, did you say Mycroft? Mycroft Holmes? Are you the youngest son of Violet Holmes, rest her soul?
You knew my mother?
Not personally, no. Not exactly. I was working on the paperwork for that case.
Would you happen to remember anything of the events?
Well, I didn't make the inquiry, but I remember seeing some notes. Why?
You must help me. It would mean a great deal to me if you could find any information about that day.
Huh. Got you hooked, right? You know what? Stark and the others think they're the smartest here, thanks to you. Let me get this straight. Are you listening to me, lad?
I'm all ears.
Take this case. Report to me only, to Constable Harvey Oswald. I'll leave everything I have on this table. Find the murderer. Be a real copper. Question the suspects, make them sing, give me something substantial.
And if Mr. Vogel is not a suspect?
If he's innocent, then you can take your favourite degenerate away from here. If you slip or mess with the evidence, then trust me, your brother won't save you from my bludgeon. Meanwhile, I'll be checking the archive for you. If anybody asks, then you're a consulting detective.
Let's make a start then, partner.
I'm glad we managed to get the scoop before the raid.
Okay, what is all of this? Report. Following a report of a witness of the satanic ritual who claimed to have found a body, the raid of the Manchios mansion was granted. It resulted in the arrest of multiple suspects and dispersal of the group in mass, and Rose caught in acts of gross indecency and unnatural behavior. Oh yes, because totally getting laid is totally fucking unnatural, right? Pricks. The body of the victim was found lying on an altar with a knife wound in his chest. The officers identified the victim, Fabio, 20, a local performer and artist. Arrested suspects to be Vogel. Vogel had a letter which, of an insulting nature, in his possession, which had been written by the victim. He claims to have found the body. He is infamous for his eccentric personality. S. Holmes carried a murder weapon, a dagger, with the victim's blood and other items of evidence. He was invited by another guest, V. Vogel, presumably to obstruct the official investigation. Bullshit. Okay, Manchios, owner of the mansion and organizer of the supposedly satanic party. I didn't see anything that was satanic. I don't know about y'all, but I didn't see anything satanic. Occult, yeah. Paid the victim to participate in the ritual, had access to the crime scene. Okay. Occultism. So here's the thing, Victorians and later Edwardians were very into the occult, specifically Theosophism, which is where we get the rather infamous Madame Blavatsky. Let's see here. Okay, broad term of beliefs was popular in 19th century Europe. Yeah, basically take a number of Eastern religions they only understand half of. Okay, the term occult sciences was used in 16th century Europe to refer to astrology, alchemy, and natural magic. The term occultism emerged in 18th century France on figures such as Antoine Courtegaben. Became associated with various French esoteric groups connected to Eliphas Levi and Pappus, and in 1875 was introduced to the English language by Helena Blavatsky. Okay, so making sure that the actual timeline actually tracks. And it does. Okay. Stuff. I guess partner and participant in the ritual tried to escape, resisted arrest. On the book with a description of the ritual performed in the altar room. Some of the guests are temporarily detained for further questioning. Santos Panchetti witnessed who reports a suspicion of murder at Manchio's mansion in Grand Surrey. During preparations for the social party, heard loud noises coming from the closed altar room. Immediately thought of the sacrifice of a living being overviewed by none other than Kurt Manchios. There was blood on the wall, strange symbols, and a dagger in the heart. As soon as they clearly rushed out to the police station to report the findings. The station responded to the deposition by sending a patrol, while the witness left the station and went home. So Pinchetti called the police. provided this ticket has permission to inspect all evidence on case, blah blah.
Back on track to solve the case.
Judy has a suspect who should be arrested and questioned. He had a key, which he did not mention in his deposition. Ah! Ah, yes, what's a good kinky party without the occasional sacrifice to the unimaginable horrors of the void?
Look, I found Werner.
Werner, are you all right?
Oh, yes, yes. Everything's fine. In fact, it's something of a family reunion. My brother spent quite some time in this place himself.
You should not be here. I told the police everything I knew, but they refused to let you go. They require proof to free you.
Ha! What do you expect? The mighty Sherlock Holmes swans in, tells the officers what to think, and the world obeys?
Of course not. Anyway, I struck a deal with the constable, and I've got a free hand in the investigation. I find proof to solve the case for him. He obtains files about my mother's death for me.
Well done. If one has the power or will and can act, then one must. I wonder, suppose you couldn't get the proof to your truth. Would you tell a lie to the guard that enabled my freedom, knowing my innocence? Would that not be just?
There are lines I will not cross, Werner. I will do my best to secure your release, but with proof, not deception.
Really? How many white lies have you told on this island? Why not for me? Why not another?
That is absurd. I can resolve this without compromises. Do not give up hope.
Okay, so...
I don't think I can tell you anything about this. I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I'm not supposed to know anything about this. I can't follow you here. I don't think I can tell you anything about this.
Okay, exhaust all
I'm
options.
not supposed to know anything about this.
I have learned who told the police about the crime. It was Santos Pinchetti.
Do I know him?
The major domo of the manor. He cleans up after you.
Well, then he does his job perfectly. All but invisible. I couldn't tell you the first thing about him.
Well, shit. Okay. Okay, so who else is in here?
Good day, Mr. Manchios. I am Constable Oswald's partner in this investigation.
Be quick and gentle. Some of your colleagues are untrained boors. Although I don't mind meeting young officers. The new blood here.
If you cooperate in finding Fabio's murderer, there will be no need to meet with the boars again.
That voice. Werner's friend? You're the policeman. What a disappointment.
Only an undercover agent can scour a ditch full of deviants. I am a consulting detective, although I'm capable of replacing the entire department through my consultations.
Sharp-tongued, I like it. May I presume this tongue will get us out of this trouble? I would be so indebted and glad to repay you.
Nothing's changed. I'm looking for the murderer. That's the only way to get us out of trouble.
But it shouldn't take much time, correct? We're all busy after all.
I need to examine you first.
Where's makeup? Okay. Wash hands and Harry still has soap under his nails. Polish shoes. Rash from exposure to hair dye. Okay, just because I, again, have a bad habit of getting these wrong. Oh, that's... Okay, so... apparently I was not supposed to talk to him yet. Okay. Okay, he hides his age.
You are a little over the top with your use of makeup, Mr. Manchios. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge your age?
Well, Sherlock, that's easy for you to say to an old man when you look as though you are barely 15.
But still, it shouldn't be an issue for someone of your status.
For people of my age, it isn't an issue, no. But the younger ones can be so afraid of wrinkles and grey flecks. I have to adapt.
Such a methodical man who cares for his body but misses the soap under his fingernails. Are you so impatient, or perhaps even impulsive?
I wouldn't call myself that. Silly little details. If I missed it, it wasn't important. Or rather, it was less important than who or what I was focused on.
What was Fabio like? His personality, his habits? Anything you can tell me?
He was the brightest star of my parties. Young, magnetic, and full of energy. I don't even want to mention his beauty. Otherwise, I'll be sobbing.
An expensive champion, I imagine.
His performances were flawless. He deserved his payment. Do you think he was murdered because of money?
Possibly. What about the other guests? Were they used to opening their wallets as well?
I wouldn't restrict my guests from anything. I'm sure Fabio received a few coins from others for his services.
Mr. Vogel told me a little about your parties, but I would like to know more directly from you.
I'm all yours, Sherlock. You have me arrested and locked here with you alone.
I'd like to know who you usually invite to your parties.
Free minds who are able to leave reality for an evening, who can taste forbidden fruit without prejudice. There is nothing that quite spices up life like these parties, assuming one is old enough and has worked many years for the good of one's country.
Oh, all true labourers, I see. Why did you invite Mr. Vogel as your special guest?
He's a pretty fellow. He's capable of surprising the public. He has a talent for saying words that no one else would wish to either say or hear.
Suppose I can't argue with that.
He is a free addition to the eccentricity of the party, which is fine by me, as long as it enhances my party.
Okay.
You bought an expensive pair of cufflinks for Fabio. Were they his price? Or were they a tip for an exclusive show?
It was pure business. Fabio escorted me a few times. I was merely showing my gratitude.
This pair cost a small fortune. You must be extremely grateful then. Tell me more.
You've thrust a knife in an exposed nerve, Sherlock. Yes, he was my protege and my beacon also. With my experience and his beauty, we could have achieved anything. I had faith in him. I would have made him.
Okay.
I've no idea about that.
Do you have any idea who tipped off the police to raid your mansion, Mr. Manchiost?
Of course. It was you. I could even say you Sherlocked me in here.
A good guess, but the wrong one. The fellow who did that was Mr. Pinchetti, your major domo.
What? Santos? But how could he even know? If he's not the murderer himself. The ungrateful swine. He has dared to besmirch my reputation.
Not a very eloquent choice of words.
What should I call him then, since he's a snitch? Make him talk, Sherlock. I'm quite certain he knows more about the murder than he has told the police.
Okay. Manchester sets themselves up for a little debauchery. Okay. The way he goes on about this guy, I'm thinking he's just cleaned up for the evening. Okay, evidence ticket. Okay, we need to find our constable buddy and figure out where this Santos dude is.
Have you considered Mr. Santos Pinchetti as a suspect?
The snitch? Have you seen him? I mean, my breath could knock him down. What's so special about him?
As a major domo, he has keys that open all the rooms, including the one to the crime scene. Could have testified only to circumvent suspicion, don't you think? We need to question him.
Right. I'll send our men to fetch him. Stay here. They brought him in, Mr. Holmes. Here's the key to interrogation room number 7. Mr. Pinchetti didn't even resist, our men said.
Thank you.
Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Mr. Pinchetti, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald.
I've already told him everything I know. I'm only a witness, sir. Everything's in my report.
And I've read it. You forgot to mention that you hold the keys to the room where Fabio was found. I need only to find if the crime was intentional.
But I need to return to my duties.
I doubt the house will fall without you, Mr. Pinchetti. Just be still for a few seconds.
Stares menacingly. Inflamed skin, psoriasis, or allergy. Patched holes, repaired multiple times. Okay. Dyed textile, colored more than once. Stepped in blood. That did it right there. Let's see here. We could say he has financial difficulties, but I'm thinking that's probably not the case for this guy. Okay. So, financial difficulties is the answer to this. Okay, his are deciding to play the highest position. He's barely gets paid at all.
You are the major domo of a rich mansion, and you seem barely able to afford decent clothing. You hide, under heavy makeup, a skin disease that might be treated with more onerous but less harmful means. Do you have money troubles?
I do not have a lot of means. The pay is below what you might expect.
But you could easily change your job if your employer does not meet your elementary needs.
One can change his employer, that is true.
And the blood on your shoe, where does that come from?
I don't actually know. Perhaps from a guest?
Right. Unless somebody was having a very heavy flow day, I doubt that seriously.
Did you know Fabio?
Not personally. He was a frequent guest, and cleaning the mess after his performances was tedious. Mr. Manchios always had a role for him, and mainly the leading one. The parties were always Fabio-centric.
And Batista? Was she as popular as her partner?
Don't tell her I said this, but I do not think so. Mr. Manchios hired her only because Fabio refused to work without her. Mr. Manchios used to see her as a worker. She was tasked with entertaining the guests, unlike Fabio, who could pick and choose.
Okay, police investigation, evidence ticket.
I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping Constable Oswald. You are Matista, Fabio's friend.
This body, yes, it's Matista. But it's a mere shell that will die someday. Just like Fabio.
Please accept my condolences for your friend.
Thank you.
I'm just here to ask questions and find Fabio's murderer.
It will not bring Fabio back.
Ah, yes. Let's just go ahead and stare pervertedly. Blood-filled bruises recently obtained. Primitive occult tech 2. Bitten nails. Ooh. She's a cutter. Slave brand. Shackle scars. gonna say that the way she speaks, she's pretty dissociated. Okay, but the right answer is punishes herself for the past. She has to go over her past. Life of the performer seems to be an opportunity for her to earn money.
Fabio and yourself were slaves, am I correct? You have a similar branding on your body.
Yes. It was a long time ago.
Couldn't help but also notice fresh cuts upon your forearms.
The cuts helped me to forget my past, to cover the old wounds and hide them.
How did you escape?
Something happened. One night the master fell down the stairs. I made him fall, and he died. We ran away that day. We managed to get on a ship and traveled here, to Cordona. Fabio and I started a new life here. It was very hard at first, but it became better with time. Until today.
The bruises on your neck are not self-inflicted. Someone else made them.
Some guests can't contain themselves. They even bite, sometimes.
Okay. Okay, suffered bruises on her body from, guess getting a little handsy. Yeah, but Jay cleaned himself up but didn't notice the blood on his shoe. So I think it's pretty obvious that Pinchetti was the guy. I'm inclined to believe her. I think she was right about guess getting a little up close and personal. So far, it sounds like she escaped. With Mr. Fabio. Okay, so we know that Pinchetti did not discover the crime scene because his deposition said that he heard a noise coming from the altar room. So how would he get blood on his shoe, considering the fact that Vogel was the one that discovered the scene?
Continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Okay, Santos is a suspect. Yeah, there's a couple holes in his statements. He said that he heard that it was coming from another room. Did not disclose that he had a key. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, are we completely done? I think so. Okay, there are a lot more deductions on this guy. I think we're missing something.
I know I can handle the news.
Guess we're done talking to her.
Please let me out.
Done talking to him. Okay, here we go. A small note attached to the will says, Santos, my hopeful slug, you begged me to include you in my will, so I did. Here's my last revision of the will, Kurt. Text of the will under the note. Santos Pinocchio, the major domo of the Manchio's mansion, receives a jar of mustache wax and a salt lamp. They might always remember his caring employer, Kurt Manchios. Well.
I recognize the key from the altar room among these. I've read the letter about your will. A harsh method of ridiculing Santos. I doubt he will use mustache wax when he wears no mustache to begin with.
Where did you get it? Is the slug here? Tell him I shouldn't have to provide for him. He's a grown man who shouldn't sit on his uncle's neck. He conceives himself as my only heir.
And who is he to you?
He's a leech on my aging body. He has only added problems to my life since the death of his mother.
I fail to see why you made him your major domo.
He needed to know his place, so I taught him.
Mr. Manchios says that you begged him to be included in the heritage. Isn't that a little extreme, even for a major domo?
He's not only my employer, he's my uncle. And I'm his next of kin. The only one. Mr. Manchios flatly refuses to pay a family member. All I have to do is repay his so-called love, cleaning up the filth after perverts and decadents. He's imprisoned me. The best I can hope for is a new broom. That's why I wanted to have my part of the inheritance.
Is it that bad? You have a roof above your head, a salary, and the status of a major domo.
For God's sake. I'm forced to dye and stitch my threadbare clothes, and the holes in my shoes are painful. I'm ashamed every time a guest looks at me closely.
Why do you think your uncle treats you this way?
My mother, my uncle's sister, had me illegitimately. She died, and I was given the surname of one of the maids.
But you are entitled to some of the money that belongs to your family.
He thinks not. I was not responsible for my mother's death. I work hard, and he pays me nothing. I feed on the leftovers. While he wastes our estate's property on decadent parties, he paid Fabio handsomely and showered him with expensive gifts for their disgusting relationship.
Well, dude's definitely got motive. They say forced work of a desperate hope for obtaining a heritage that hasn't paid off. Okay, we're still missing something.
continue our investigation while I look for the papers.
Okay, so I'm not too sure who I'm supposed to talk to about this. Okay, going back trying to figure out what it looked like. Maybe I had to have glossed over something. Okay. Okay, so we actually do have an evidence room. Okay. So this is the first time I've actually had to talk to this dude.
Good day. Your ticket, please, if you want me to help you.
I'd like to check the evidence from this case.
And who are you?
Oswald sent me. I'm a consulting detective.
His partner, then? Let me see. Ah, a ritual murder. What a bunch of degenerates. Wait a second. I'll bring it to the table.
Okay, what do we got?
An emergency kit for boredom.
Ah, cocaine. Blood that was found in Vogel's evidence box is your mind and sound. You can't control your bitterness, not around the enemy. For me, it's too great a risk to ignore the kind of behavior. I can speak, speak, and play with anyone I choose. I'm not another Batista. You pay me, but you haven't bought me. Of course, I'll keep all your generous donations, even though they hardly compensate for your last terrible outburst. I'm leaving you, although Batista will still be around. Fabio.
Not the time for privacy. Werner's personal sketchbook. It's a miracle this ruby hasn't tempted anyone.
Okay, is that the reason why Vogel was invited? Because he was playing around with Fabio?
All the keys of the mansion on one golden ring. A heavily perfumed handkerchief with the initials KM in the corner.
Okay, for Vogel, matches, okay. Batista. Right.
A handcrafted charm that contains hair and nail clippings.
Gross. Power of Love, Blood, and Mandrake.
That's not for bedtime reading. This ex libris belongs to Manchios Library.
Power of Love, Blood, and Mandrake. The police found this occult book in Batista's bag during the arrest. According to the ex libris, the tome was taken from Mr. Manchios' collection. It contains illustrations and descriptions of a ritual similar to the crime scene. For the naked body of the recently deceased object of interest, draw symbols of Mars and Venus to enhance the power you possess. To use the force of male and female nature to pierce his heart with a golden dagger, be rid of the blood that does not love you. Draw a symbol representing your love while waiting for the resurrection and recite the charm. She did it.
The book describes a ritual similar to the one performed in the altar room. Her key to the altar room. Thank you, officer.
The letter may have been from Manchios. According to Santos Pinchetti, by the content of the letter, it may have been addressed to Manchios. Okay.
I have reason to believe that the intended recipient of the incriminating letter may have been Kurt Manchos.
Well, that makes sense. Too bad I can't remember how I came to possess it. Though I did spend quite some time with Mr. Manchios during the party.
Unfortunately, even with an answer, that may still not be enough to clear you with the police. But fear not, I will persevere.
I hope your attempt to put things straight will make up for...
You being on a bender?
Touché.
There is undeniable evidence that you were the original recipient of this.
What are you talking about? Is it addressed to me?
Your protege wanted a fresh start, it seems. This is sufficient to charge you.
Me? Hurt my star? Are you insane that you would accuse me of such a thing?
He did not consider himself as yours. Since you deny everything, let's move on. Do you have any idea as to how the letter could have ended up in Mr. Vogel's pocket?
You were the detective. Perhaps he took it from Fabio. Werner was a little high.
Okay.
Do you recognize this book? Could Matista have borrowed it from your library?
She didn't ask me. How ungrateful.
The things described in the book were inspiration for the rituals you performed?
Do you really believe that blood, symbols, and incantations can resurrect the dead? They are just eerie tales with a mix of occultism and voodoo. My rituals are a stage to show some of the forbidden pleasures.
Okay. Yeah, it might have been that Vogel took the letter. Well, it was completely plastered. You know, before we actually draw a conclusion on that, let's go ahead and talk to her.
Could Fabio have written this letter to Kurt Manchos?
Oh, that could be. I never thought Mr. Manchios could make Fabio that angry, though.
What do you mean?
Well, Fabio wanted to disassociate from Mr. Manchios. Clients who are in love are both a blessing and a curse.
But Fabio was here tonight.
Money. In our line of work, we can't afford to turn down clients who pay as well as Kurt Manchios.
Was Fabio afraid of Mr. Manchos?
Not at all. The old toad wouldn't dare to do more than sweet talk and touching. Talk can be forgotten, and touching washed away.
Okay.
This book, The Power of Love, Blood, and Mandrake, what do you hope to achieve?
To learn more about the invisible strengths that govern us. Occultism is real. The master who fell that night when Fabio and I escaped, I made him fall. I cast a spell on him and it worked.
Or was it a coincidence?
The universe is rarely so lazy.
If you say so. Do you practice occult rituals?
For protection? For fortune? To wash away the ugliness of the world? Sometimes to survive. I have the gift, and I'm learning to use it better.
Did you use your gift on Fabio?
I only used white magic. Love charms lately. Fabio became so distant. I just wanted him to be with me, but I suppose I'm not as skilled as I thought.
Okay. Fabio shattered Kurt's feelings. So the only thing that actually makes sense, Pinchetti did it. Okay, so basically, everybody seemed to have a thing for Fabio. Werner was just too high to actually be, to give a shit. Let's see here. Honestly, I think the real smoking gun here with this guy is the blood on his shoe. And the fact that the story doesn't hold up. It's like technically everybody has a reason. Like Matista could have done the ritual. Oh, that. Wait. Okay, letter from Bobby. Oh, okay.
Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Pinchetti. We'll continue later.
It's kind of messed up because like I still have the option to talk to somebody about this one. Okay, so we can corroborate that Werner was high, so he's actually completely off the table. Pretty sure Machio's is completely clean. This is the problem, though. The problem I'm having with Pinchetti is the fact that the ritual in the book that was found on Batista was exactly how the crime scene was set up. Okay, here's his deposition. During preparations for the party, he heard loud noises from the closed altar room. Immediately he thought of the sacrifice of a living being overviewed by non-dementias. So he did discover the body. Okay, so we got another hole here. See, as how he cleans up all these goofy rituals. He immediately thought of something being sacrificed. Went in and discovered blood on the wall, strange symbols, and a dagger. I'm thinking it may have been Batista. If he accidentally stepped in it. Because she actually believes in the occultism. Yes. I'm thinking the real thing here is the fact that the ritual is set up exactly as it was written. So yeah, we can't explain the blood on Vincitti's shoe because he did walk into the scene and stepped in it. But Batista here would probably have had to use the bottle to clunk Fabio in a misguided attempt to try to resurrect love or something. Yeah, the fact that she had the book that detailed in exact detail the scene. I think this is the only way we can legitimately go with. Okay.
Batista, you killed Fabio during the ritual.
What? No. I
should have
never.
saved.
Fabio was a rising star. Cordona already knew of him, and you were not as popular. Your duo was coming to an end. He would have left you, and you were afraid of that. Since you believe in your gift, you thought you could revive him after death. And that time, he would have stayed with you.
That is not true. I was afraid of him leaving me, but I would never have hurt him.
You knocked out Fabio with a bottle, you locked the door, and placed him on the altar. You cast spells and pushed a blade between his ribs. The blood from his wound was used to draw symbols across his body and the room itself. You wanted to use your gift to resurrect him, but he failed to wake up. So you cleaned yourself up and left the room, realizing the full scale of what you'd done.
That's just wrong. I didn't do it. You didn't see what happened.
Then tell me, what did happen?
I don't know. I wasn't there. You weren't either.
You were there when Fabio was killed. He fought for his life and inflicted those bruises on your body, but you knocked him out eventually.
I was with the guests all the time. Manchios ordered me.
I can see that life hasn't been kind to you. Since childhood, you have been used and abused. The guests at the Manchios mansion are not that different. And even if you think you are in control, such a life takes a heavy toll regardless. The only good thing you had in your life was Fabio. You were so frightened of losing him that you killed him. I believe your only chance for a normal life is to receive medical help. Psychiatrists will help you.
Others have always decided what my life should be. And you're no different, Mr. Holmes.
That is your only option, Batista. I'm afraid you can't choose.
Okay, why is Mind Palace still blinking? This is one of those things I'm sincerely hoping we got this right.
It was Matista, Fabio's friend. All the evidence points to her. It is sadly the result of her traumatic past. She requires medical help. There can be no good in executing a person who has such an illness.
She doesn't look sick to me.
That's why the professionals should handle it.
I suppose you're right. It's still good enough for my promotion. As for my part, not everything was in place. Perhaps some documents were transferred somewhere else, but I couldn't find a trace of them. Then I remembered. The discarded document drawers where we put the lost papers or the badly labelled ones, including the crime scene report of Violet Holmes's case. Everything I found is on the desk here. Take it.
Your persistence has saved me.
Yeah, well, we had a deal after all. Your friend is free then. You can leave.
Good luck, Constable.
Oh, you did it, Sherlock. The case is closed and all rewards belong to the winner. Bravo.
It is merely the triumph of the truth.
Is it? No compromises? No lies? You're happy with your decisions?
Whatever the truth, it had to be revealed. The victim deserved it.
Well, you seem confident in the value of your actions. I guess since I'm free, you were heard after all. By the way, did you get that precious information about your mother? Oh, not that you must.
Yes, I did.
Forgive my intrusion in such a personal matter. I simply worry I'm failing to be of much help to you.
Actually, you were. For some reason, all the archives on the case had disappeared. This was a rare opportunity to obtain the impossible.
Outrageous. Perhaps someone found the truth unpleasant. Society usually rejects those who speak with too much honesty, doesn't it?
A comfortable lie is often preferred to an uncomfortable truth. Still, I believe that the latter should prevail, and I cannot remain silent.
That's quixotism at its best. Your mere truth cannot defeat institutions, systems, and power. Etiquette, religion, marriage, they're all lies told to preserve connections, love, and sanity, and it's all corruptible.
Lies destroy human dignity. How could you make a free decision without any knowledge of the truth?
Are we really free to decide anything in this world, Sherlock?
Oh yes. It's a struggle, but yes, we can make our own decisions. That's what I fight for.
What an endless fight it is. Will you ever give yourself a break, Sherlock? You're a walking contradiction, Sherlock. You refuse to lie to others, but constantly lie to yourself. How long until the train comes off the track? I cannot look away, but perhaps I should take a few steps back. You're an accident waiting to happen, dear. Until then, I shall bid you adieu.
Okie dokie. Okay, wait a minute. Come on, game. Okay, there we go. Turns out I wasn't quite ready to get out of there just yet either way. Yeah, Fogel definitely is a weird guy. Okay. Officers arrived to find the deceased identified as Mr. Violet Holmes, lying in the garden of Stonewood Manor. Visual inspection showed the victim to be thoroughly soaked with a deep vertical incision 2 inches in length down her throat. Her face was swollen, covered in red blotches, likely cause of death hypoxia. Waiting confirmation from medical examiner. Main suspect, Otto Richter, was arrested on the scene. The body was sent for autopsy.
garden. There's a garden behind our manor. How could I forget? That's where it all happened, where it all went wrong.
Sherry, it looks like you've almost found what you wanted.
Okay. Oh, wait. Get out of this ridiculous outfit.
Sherry, please listen to me. Sherry.
John, I always listen to you.
You don't have to do this. You don't have to go through. I don't know what is beyond this door, but I can feel it. Buzzing, angry, like a fly at the window.
I know. I can sense it too.
You locked away this memory for a reason. There is only pain here.
Pain? And truth.
You do not need to suffer either. There is so much more we can do on Cordona, so many others we can help. There is no coming back from this.
John, my animum, my brother, there is nothing more important in this moment than this truth. I know you fear for me, but my path was set long ago. I can no more step off it than I can ask the avalanche to roll back uphill.
Just please be careful, Sherry. I love you.
Quite. Come on. We'll go together. Why didn't I remember we had such a big garden?
Maybe you forgot it for your own good.
Huh.
Ah, yes. The statue of Merope. My mother was trying to restore it. Pity she never had the opportunity to finish. That's...
Oop, damn it. I couldn't see the dot because it was like white on white, so I ended up just kind of over-clicking.
Come here, Sherry. Hurry.
Okay, I'm not too sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm just hoping something hasn't bugged out. Potassium bromide.
These must help calm her down.
What are you thinking about? Is everything all right?
I spent my childhood in Stonewood Manor, and I'm starting to remember flashes of my time here. The house is now abandoned, but restoring the rooms. Now that we're remembering memories back to life. My palace seems to have eaten into the real world, and it is... Okay. The door is finally unlocked, and the answers to the questions are wait. Okay. Doctor experimented conventional drugs and treatments. Every dose had a risk of side effects. He said this so frequently, their body built up a tolerance. Unexpected allergic reaction.
Don't go, Mother, wait. Mother's work journal. I liked poring over the detailed pages and reading about my parents' collection. I remember this artifact from Mother's collection.
Here it is. We'll just borrow it for a while.
Did you hear that? Someone's coming. Let's take a peek.
You call this progress? Charlotte, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
Any result is progress, even if it is a worsening of her condition. It informs my...
No. I have made my decision. She must be sent to a legitimate medical facility. I will not let her hurt Sherlock.
What? Master Holmes, you do not understand.
That will be all. I expect you to have left the house by week's end.
Sherry, say something. Can you hear me? You're scaring me.
Sherry, come here, darling. I'm waiting for you.
Coming, Mother. This was for my mother, wasn't it? I remember how we came to the garden for a breath of fresh air.
Take me to my flowers, Sherry. They must already be in bloom.
As you wish, Mum. I bet you missed the fresh air, didn't you?
Terribly. The sun is far brighter than I remember. But I like it.
We can walk each day from now on, if you want.
That would be wonderful. Just look at them. The stars of the earth. Even the sky must be jealous of their beauty.
Indeed. Mother, would you like to go around the water?
That would be perfect. I always wanted such a nice pond in London. It looks so peaceful.
Mycroft knew you would like it.
We should put some fish in it, don't you think?
How about some carp?
That's a nice idea. Let's visit your father's tree. It grows so fast, just like you.
We could even build a tree house in it.
Yes, Sherry. Speaking of your father, could you call him out, please?
Mom! I'm sorry. He passed away. He's gone.
No, he's not.
I'm telling the truth. Did you forget again?
No! Don't you dare say such things! You are a liar like all the others!
Mother!
Don't call me that! You aren't fooling me!
No! Mom, it hurts!
My son would never lie!
Mom, stop!
Who are you? Reveal yourself!
Please, stop! It's me, Sherlock!
You are not my Sherry! Give me my son before I stop you!
Ooh. This is kind of important. I do not want to fuck this up. Give me 1 second here. there's a total of 4 possible explanations. Okay, there's no right or wrong answer. Okay. This is the only answer I got. Ooh. I feel like this one will get rid of the John, but this one seems, since we know the John's not real. Because obviously that scene we saw in the cutscene, the doctor was trying to revive her. So this is the only one that actually makes any sense.
Sherlock. Sherlock. Can you hear me? Come on, wake up.
Get off me.
Sherry,
You knew, and more than that, you hid it from me.
you couldn't bear the truth, Sherlock, so I shouldered it for you. I took your pain, your horror.
I killed my own mother, John. It is unforgivable.
It was an accident, Sherlock. She was mad, abusive. You were a child, simply trying to help.
How could I? How could she? You were a lie, John. A fiction. A crutch.
No, I was a friend. Sherlock, please.
Sherlock?
What?
Are you okay?
I don't know.
I told you not to come, Sherlock. Where is he?
Who?
Your friend, John.
He's beside you.
Was all this worth it? Is he worth it?
Why is he here?
I think, in his own way, he was trying to protect me from a truth I couldn't bear. But now I must face it. There is only one thing to be done.
What are you talking about?
To expect adherence to the principles of truth and justice, but to fail to hold oneself likewise accountable, it would be hypocrisy. My mother died by my hand. I must turn myself into the authorities and face the consequences of my actions.
The consequences of your actions? You were a child. She did this to you, not you unto her. You are throwing your life away in an act of moralistic vanity. Think of all you could accomplish for our nation.
This is where we differ, Mycroft. To you, the ends justify the means. To me, the means have decided the end. The truth is the truth.
Fine, Sherlock. Walk yourself into the police station and pray those men you oft embarrassed hold no grudges. If you're lucky, they'll simply exile you. If not, I'll see you in 20 years.
Are you going to berate me too? try and talk me out of it? As I told my brother, if I cannot demonstrate the character I chastise others for lacking.
Sherry, I think this is something you will have to do yourself.
Myself? How do you mean?
All I ever did, all I ever wanted, was to protect you from what happened. And now you tell me I was wrong to try, that it was ego or hypocrisy to show a young boy kindness. But it was just empathy, creativity, and love for one's self. So please, please, Sherlock, don't do it.
Why can none of you see it? The truth is the truth. A murder is a murder. Tell me, John, why?
Because you're breaking my heart. I know you've decided. I know. I just wish you hadn't.
I'm sorry, John. All these years we spent together, all the time I took for granted. You'll always be a part of me.
No, Sherry. That's the point. I don't think I will.
Why are you here?
Closure, I suppose. And to help a friend.
You and I are not friends. In a race between the thawing of the ice caps and our friendship, I would buy a boat.
Ha! Is that right?
I can see it now. I know what you did.
What did I do?
You needled me. From the moment we met, you were searching for weakness. You pushed me to pursue the truth about my mother. You questioned everything I did, everything I believed, to break me. To blur truth, fiction, reality, morality. A saboteur in silk. Was it vengeance, man? Or do you prefer Klaus? Excuse me? You are Klaus Richter, Otto's younger brother. Do you hold me responsible for his end?
Ha! There was no love lost between me and my brother. I am sure you can relate. Otto was merely the gravity that pulled me into your orbit. Or you into mine. Once I met you, I could not keep away.
Why? What reason do you have for all this?
To help you.
You're lying.
To show you that you were wrong.
More lies. I know you now, Werner. Try again.
To see what had happened. Or is that yet another untruth? Does it matter? Take your pick. Who cares? You're my masterpiece. I turned Sisyphus into Ozymandias. You could not see the futility of your quest until I helped you to let go of the rock. And now, nothing beside remains.
I remain. Despite you and to spite you.
It is a matter of will and power now. Will you overcome this, or shall you decay? Oh, on that note, I brought you something.
I want nothing more from you.
When one wants for nothing, Sherlock, the best thing to get them is something personal. So, here you are. Now, please excuse me, but the gallery calls. I'm already conceiving my next project. You really are beautiful.
So you basically turned him into L from Death Note.
I was prepared to take responsibility for my actions, but again my brother conspired against me. A little diplomatic pressure and the trial was dismissed. Instead, I was exiled from Cordona. Freedom never tasted so bitter. Another perversion of justice at Mycroft's hand. With no means, no home, and no purpose, I returned to London. I enrolled at Cambridge University, but few lectures held my interest. I prefer to spend time alone at the hospital laboratory, pursuing truths in chemical form. No one there questions my choices. I have begun to attract a desperate clientele, men that skulk after me, pleading for answers to their simple mysteries. At first, the distraction was unwelcome. Now, I find myself craving it, lest my mind drift back to the island, to Mother, to John. What was her life worth? How many adulterers and petty thieves will it take to make it right? Can anything? I found it! I found it!
And what is that?
How far, bruises may be produced after death? How are you? You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive.
How on earth did you know that?
Never mind. The question now is about bruising. No doubt you see the significance of this discovery of mine.
It is interesting, no doubt, but practically...
Why, it is the most practical medico-legal discovery for years. Had we these data sooner, hundreds of men would have paid the penalty for their crimes. Cases oft hinge upon how a man died. Now, we can know which wounds he suffered alive, which occurred post-mortem, and what instrument was responsible. And ergo, one will soon be able to calculate with utmost precision when and where death occurred, sparing the innocent and damning the guilty.
Huh. Then you are to be congratulated.
Indeed. But you came here on business.
Correct again. I am looking for someone with whom to take diggings, and heard you were complaining that you could get no one to go halves with you.
I have my eye on a suite in Baker Street, which would suit us down to the ground. You don't mind the smell of strong tobacco, I hope?
I smoke ships myself.
That's good enough. I get in the dumps at times, and don't open my mouth for days on end. Just let me alone, and I'll soon be right. What have you to confess now? It's best for two fellows to know what bruises each other carries before they begin to live together. My last companion and I...
Well, I object to rows because my nerves are shaken, and I get up at all sorts of ungodly hours, and I am extremely lazy. I have another set of vices when I'm well, but those are the principal ones at present.
Do you include violin playing in your category for rout?
It depends on the player. A well-played violin is a treat for the gods. A badly played one...
Oh, no, that's all right. I think we may consider the thing as settled. Oh, forgive my manners. My attention wavers. Sherlock Holmes.
Dr. John Watson.
John.
Well. That's kind of an interesting way to put that. Watson comes back from Afghanistan and is looking for a roommate. And Holmes gets thrown right back into his weird bout with his imaginary friend. Well, this guy, like when they take the effort to put in credit sequence that shows like what happened afterwards. So I'm kind of curious about this actual sequence. Is this showing like what happened after Sherlock left, or how I got to the state in the first place? So as far as what comes next, well, obviously we're going to take a little bit of a break from Sherlock Holmes, but next up we are going to be working on, I believe it's Crimes and Punishment, Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishment, which is kind of weird because I actually, believe it or not, originally already had that as a freebie from AbelK, but kind of forgot about it, and I just went ahead and bought like the whole set, so I got, I got Crimes and Punishment, we've already done The Awakened, we have The Devil's Daughter after that. Honestly, all the crap from the Sinking City in this one is just like silly. But yeah, for at least a little while, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break from Sherlock Holmes. And since we won't have to worry about freaking John, so it's kind of interesting that they incorporated him as a statement of like mental health. Okay, Alex Jordan as Sherlock Holmes, Will Coben as John, Michael Golub as Werner, Philip Boscher as Mycroft. Okay, look, all the other names, looking for anything that stands out. Who's who? I don't think they had necessarily the budget to hire, like, bigger name voice actors. Guys, I'm not seeing anybody that really stands out. Pin the murder on John, yeah. That's just, that would have made that ending, I think it would have made that ending a lot more fucked up. Truth be told. And it's like the entire time, John's just kind of like this, you know, annoying voice in your head. But when you have John show up in the form that he did as a coping mechanism, because it was pretty obvious that, you know, Sherlock's dad dies, boom, John shows up. Okay, go and get out of here. Okie dokie. Well, that was definitely an interesting way for that to turn out. And actually, I'm kind of glad that it ended up going as long as it did. Okay, so like I said, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break from Sherlock Holmes because I'm not too sure how Crimes and Punishment is going to work out. I don't know if it's going to be open world Sinking City style, like that one was. I was really not expecting that one to be a Sinking City, or basically, you know, more or less a Sherlock Holmes mod for Sinking City. That said, it was a nice touch to see like the fucked up shrimp crab thing, and all the other props in the outfit. But that's it. It is time to wrap up and get the hell out of here. So, yeah. I have no idea what I'm going to play tomorrow, but